How can something as beautiful as this be dying? A plague is ruining the land, but the tree of life still stands. Question is, for how long? End is coming to the new world. The tribes stand divided, in need of someone strong enough to unite them, or bring them all down. This is a story with an unusual beginning. So, let's expect an unusual end. Welcome to Biomutant. Here's somebody with a troubled past, drawn into the spotlight of a story we're already at a crossroads. Choosing a path in life is that fork in the road where you make a choice or simply stop living. But for you, it's not only a crossroad, but a choice, a reflection of your key, the primal energy that flows through everything.
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the dark side of you. Your inner voice, to be precise. An echo of the balance and consequence of your actions as you move forward.
Can't believe you'd choose that thing over me. But I'll be here waiting for you when you have a change of heart.
That thing? I'm right here. Let me remind you, we're two halves of the same, with the difference being I'm the better half.
Better half? My way is both better and brighter. Light makes it easier to see the best end.
The best end is the one you decide yourself, and it seems we're headed in the right direction.
Right is always right. Stories of death and the bodies left behind, a reminder that we're at the mercy of nature and the one that preys on others. Do you remember the beast that shattered your family, or did you choose to forget? You turned your back on our world and got lost in your own. Meanwhile, the predator only grew stronger. Better make a run for it. This is not the time nor place to end this story. This time, it was best to run and live to fight another day. Let us hope you're ready for it when it comes. The predator isn't the only threat. The wildlife started to mutate when the end of days began, and the tree of life started to die.
Carving it up.
The oil sludge is everywhere. To most, it only means death, but some have adapted to the new environment and changed with it. Evolution has its ways.
Cutting edge.
Look, an emergency box from the once was. A rare sight. pipe looks weak. The claw bar should come in handy. Whoa! It's time to find a way out of this place. No, really, I mean it. The morks produce biomatter in their multi-organ that they shed under distress, blobs that affect the cellular coding strands of any living being when absorbed, including you. A climb stringer? How unusual. Toxanol built vessels called arks to save themselves from the impending doom. But was it too late? It is only from the flight logs of the single ark they left behind that we know other arks traveled through the sky and beyond. It seems those that came before us never lost hope in finding a new home for their kind. Just a few moves left. Make them count. There are few records of the chain of events that led to the big apocalypse eons ago, but it's clear the world wasn't prepared for how recklessly the Toxanol Corporation would make its mark on the world. Their rare earth mining and nuclear industries generated tons of waste, and, without consideration for the future, they dumped it all in landfills until they ran out of space. That's when they made the big mistake. They began dumping the toxic waste in the surf just off the coast instead, assuming that it would sink and decay with time. And they were right, but no one was prepared for what was about to unfold. Once in the surf, the radiation interfered with the genetics of the wildlife and created bizarre mutations in their offspring. It had an inconceivable impact on biodiversity and the entire ecosystem. The world as they knew it crumbled as nature retaliated. It would never be the same again, and what remained of it became ours. The sound of spark metal going pew-pew is never a good thing. It's coming from behind that door. A warning label. The box looks like a potential brain melt. It's going to take a bit of puzzling to short-circuit the door. Just a few moves left. Make them count. There you go. The wheeled one is outnumbered. You'd better help him out. Personal. Itchy trigger. That's the last of them. Let's talk to the wheeled one before backup arrives. He wants to thank you for taking his side against the scavengers. He sounds familiar. You just can't figure out why. He presents himself as out of date. He knows he's way overdue, but he hasn't given up. He doesn't seem surprised that you don't recognize him. You were just a child back then, the night everything changed. There have been rumors of a one-eyed Ronin seen outside the Great Wall, and he's happy to see it's true. The legend of the one-eyed child that grew up as an outcast is old and sad. The child could have been anyone, but the evil it had fled had left a mark, a facial scar to remember the past. It's a scar you're covering under that eye patch, isn't it? But he would have recognized you anyways. You look exactly like your Muma. There's no doubt you're the child, and that what Lupa Lupin did to your village, your Muma and Popsy, was the beginning of the end. He says it has taken you a long time to bring the past back up to the present, to find your way back, but he's grateful you have. It was after the attack that the unity fell apart. Your Muma's disciples divided and formed tribes as a reaction to the blight that had fallen upon the land. The impending threat of the World Eaters bringing down the Tree of Life is ever so close. He also worries about the Jagni tribe that's actively working for a doomsday and purging of the world. Had it not been for the Tree of Life, no one would have survived. He hopes you at least remember the tree. Asks if you are tired, as it's a bit of a hike here from the village. He wonders if your Mooma knows you are here. You're such a good child, so you probably did. Even the young forget. He understands why you came all the way out here, to see them, the potato people. The potato people, or Nono, are a wonder, somehow interlinked with this little tree here fueling its source of life. You might be right. Like potatoes, they're packed with energy, an excellent source of ki. The Nono prefer to hide in glitter grass. He says you should get over there and ruffle it. See if you can make one come out of hiding. You've found one. You should be proud. They don't come out for everyone. The Nono's ki energy is just what the Pensai needs to complete its cycle and grow into a tree of life. Only time will tell. At least his intention is to dedicate his life to it. He has the feeling the fate of the world depends on it. You'll need to support the tree for a long time to come. The only way it'll grow tall is with the burst of ki released from the Nono as they become one with the tree. You'll need a net to catch the Nono, and he wants you to use his, but asks you to be gentle. The Nono are sensitive beings, an embodiment of ki, the primal energy. You handle that net like you've never done anything else. He's impressed. He's grateful for all the help he can get. There's lots of Nono out there that need to be guided to the roots of the Pensai tree. They're hiding in the glitter grass that mostly grows deep inside damp caves, where they draw mineral from the natural rock. One day, he hopes the tree will have grown tall enough to sustain the world. But today, your focus is getting this one to become one with the tree. Now that you've seen the Nonno's connection with the tree with your own eyes, you have no reason to doubt. From this day on, he'll make nurturing the Pensai into a tree of life, a life goal, not only for our village's sake, but for all of us, everyone. One day, the land won't be as peaceful. Not even your Muma will be able to protect us. You can already see the effects from how reckless those before us acted, and unless something changes, we're doomed. The land won't survive the side effects of the old world's industrial advances. He says you'd better hurry back to the village before your Muma comes looking for you. You did good here today. No, she's got lots on her mind and needs rest after the raid last night on the Lupin camp with her disciples. Wonders if they let the Predator family live or not. He lost you there for a while, but no memory is alone. It's part of a trail you can follow. He says he remembers every single day he devoted to growing the Tree of Life, but now he's afraid it might be in vain. The tree started to die when the end of days begun, and it wasn't long after that that the World Eaters arrived. The genetic evolution that occurred after the apocalypse that Toxinol Corporation inflicted on the land set the World Eater's DNA into overdrive. His friend Gizmo is working on a Mekton and needs help defeating the Jumbo Puff at the end of the West Route. Wiz is still repairing his octopod to confront the Merc Puff that dwells deep down under the surface at the end of the Northwest Route. Noko has tamed the Midget and is preparing to take on the Hoof Puff at the end of the East Route. Finally, Goop is almost done with the Googlide, a machine able to ride the waves of the surf all the way out to the Porky Puff at the end of the route to the southeast. Out of Date says his friends are gearing up to stop the World Eaters. There's one at the end of each route. The road ahead won't be easy, but he's counting on your support. His friends aren't strong enough to end this on their own. He wants you to understand that you'll all die if the tree isn't saved. He claims names have power, so he gave them these names to weaken them. For him, the Porky Puff is particularly personal. It was that carnivorous beast that took his leg. Regardless, you'll meet again once you've played your part in the tribe war and the situation with the World Eaters. You're getting the hang of it. Quickest way out is through the roof where they came in, and the rope looks strong enough to climb. Know that the Tree of Life is dying. Its days are numbered. Without help, it can't endure the environmental change and assault from the World Eaters. A signpost maps it out for the cartographically challenged. Let's see. Must be the World Eater that chewed off Out-of-Date's leg. You'll need a hat trick to bring that down. The World Eaters have made their marks on our world over time. That's not the first nor the last village it'll leave in its wake. Look, a survivor. Glad to see someone made it out alive.
He's
heard the stories about the terror inflicted by the World Eaters to other enclaves, but never expected one to come all the way here. He worries there won't be much left to save if this continues, even if the Tree of Life survives the attack. He doesn't know what your connection is to this place, but something tells him you've stayed true to your heart. Anyway, he needs help and says it's by your actions you'll be judged, not by your intentions. He can't understand why you'd do such a thing. He won't make it out of here on his own.
Good work, clever clogs. Let me guide you into the dark.
Seriously? I always thought better of you than that.
And you were wrong. There's always more dark than light.
There's still time to turn back.
They're already heading down my road.
There's Out of Date again. He must have missed something important. Out of Date knows you'll make a better stand against the World Eaters with the support of a tribe, and there's 2 nearby. The Jagni tribe is likely to be your primary choice as they seek to become omnipresent and, most importantly, feared. Regardless of who you choose, it won't be easy, as the conflict between the tribes is worse than ever, teetering on the brink of war. The Myriad's conviction to stop the World Eaters began when the Leviathans rose from the depths of the surf. Siding with the Myriad's movement for wholeness in a fragmented world might seem like the logical thing to do, but is it the right thing? One thing's certain, though. Destiny arrives all the same. The Jagni tribe only ever had one conviction: to bring balance to the world by wiping out the weak. They believe a cleansing is necessary to restore the world and want to let the World Eaters bring down the Tree of Life. But siding with Jagni isn't necessarily a bad thing. Fate will find a way. Out of Date says someone needs to break the stalemate and shift the balance of power to either Jagni's or Myriad's side. He believes the tribe Sifus, Jagni especially, will listen to you and expects you to pay at least one of them a visit and play your part. In Jagni's case, letting the World Eaters bring down the Tree of Life is part of their plan. They believe a cleansing is the only way the world can be saved. He'll be waiting for you beneath the Tree of Life if you lose track of what you need to do. Regardless, you'll meet again once you've played your part in the tribe war and the situation with the World Eaters. Another fork in the road. It's either the tunnel or the motor bridge. What'll it be? It's a bridge. Just get over it. They've destroyed this area, muddied up what used to be muck, as if it wasn't bad enough before the tribe war began. That's the Jagni tribe's fort. Their friendship can be a blessing or a curse. It's up to you. You're either a part of their solution to the tribe war or part of the problem. Says they're wary of strangers. They're at war. Wonders why the Sifu would want to see you, but he'll let you in and give it a try.
Zata idzie mój to tloho. Kariesne zdace. Paro, ja put
The Jagni tribe wants to become omnipresent and, most importantly, feared. They want to vanquish the tribes, as the only way they can guarantee peace is through supremacy. The Sifu is determined to let the World Eaters destroy the Tree of Life, as it's part of their strategy to cleanse the world and start anew.
Yaput novi.
He welcomes you to the Jagni fort and introduces himself as the tribe's Sifu.
Tankremo. Yaput.
The news of a cold-blooded Ronin crossing the Great Wall through the crack in Bunker 101 preceded you.
Novi. Vlada. Kariesne zdace.
The wall that separates them from the other side, the wasteland you came from. He guesses the time spent there just left a blank space in your memory, as empty and barren as the wasteland itself.
Novi. Nibira. Usisi.
He understands that sometimes we need to lose ourselves, to find ourselves. But he's glad you chose to come here.
Iglezed. Nibira.
There's something about your spirit that sparks memories of you as a kidling. He can still sense you're kind-hearted.
Iglezed. Zenakas pripad snatste. Zata.
Sometimes one memory can make another come to life. He hasn't thought about your Muma for ages, even though she taught him a lot. He was one of the original Wang Fu disciples.
Tada totloho. O.
Your Muma invented Wang Fu. Originally, it was based on unarmed combat and the 6 weapons: the boomerang, the shuriken, the bow, the staff, the nunchuk, and the hook and chain.
Tada. Pada fu. Uflete.
The Sifu says it's time to set the past aside, at least for now. Unrest is sweeping the land, and there are rivals in all directions.
Nauko unis poloknost. Tada.
Jagni doesn't want a new unity between the tribes. Their goal is to become omnipresent and, most importantly, feared. Says fear and hatred is the only path to domination, but you already know that. So embracing that side of you and helping them vanquish the tribes and letting the World Eaters destroy the Tree of Life should be an easy decision.
Odliseni ovoj. Nauko unis poloknost.
He didn't expect that of you. You were born bad so you could do good in this world. That weak mind of yours has made you soft. He'll give you a chance to change your mind before you leave and asks you to reconsider. Otherwise, you'll be seen as a rival.
Igles moi toksedga.
He recognizes you sometimes need to challenge your mindset to make up your mind. You're a Jagni ally now.
Orzikali dolo. Na zenakas pripatne.
The Sifu was waiting for something to tip the balance in their favor, and with you by their side, he's confident you can vanquish the other tribes. The one he wants to deal with first is the Myriad tribe.
Tel novazi ale dlohodo. Ale.
The Myriad are too good to be true. They might believe in the greater good and a code of honor, but uniting the tribes and saving the Tree of Life won't change anything. You must stop living in the past.
O visoko dolatsi ne tel novazi ale dlohodo.
Their kin must put an end to the war before war puts an end to them. It'll cost bruises and broken bone, but they refuse to be the victim here.
Nezdatsne okoni. Mali muzamit.
They have no intention of letting this drag out, or they'll run the risk of teaching the enemy their art of war. He wants you to focus. These are the new rival outposts your tribe needs to take control of. He says you'll regret not being on their side. The only way you'll learn their secrets, Wung Fu and the tribe weapon now, is if you defeat him. And that will never happen. You both share dark thoughts, so they want to wage a war. A war where all that's left behind is casualties. Tells you not to be afraid. Your fate cannot be taken from you. Claim the rival outposts and earn the right to wield the tribe weapon. Once you've conquered the rivals' outposts, you'll challenge their Sifu for control of their territory, tribe weapon, and kin. Your Muma taught each disciple a weapon. She never intended it for hunting nor war, but lately the art of defense has been shadowed by relentless attack. Seeing you brings back his memories of the old village. Jackney doesn't want a new unity between the tribes. Their goal is to become omnipresent and, most importantly, feared. He remembers your kind and unselfish soul, and can sense you still have it in you, the will to do good. Anyway, you'll pass your old village on your way to the first rival outpost, but we've got no time to be sentimental. War doesn't wait. He can't blame you for not remembering, but he can sense the stillness of something lost. The gatekeeper welcomes you back to the fort. Your eyes are opened. Time is lost on this place, but it evokes a tingling sensation. There's something special about it, drawing you closer. Let's see. As time passes, memories fade, and sometimes feelings change. It's not about who you were, it's about who you'll become. This story is far from over. Echoes of a long-lost past, like whispers in the wind. Here's someone who takes each day as it comes. He asks how you are today. Goop says he always does better whenever he leaves failure behind. He's happy his good mood is infectious. He wonders where you've been. He hopes you've been out at the lake, practicing your swimming technique. He understands Wang Fu is hard. That's why your Muma only has 6 disciples. Doing just one thing helps you get more done in less time. He thinks you should really know how to swim by now. And he'll be honored. He says, that wasn't too bad, was it? Way to go. Don't let the sound of the waves drown out your spirit. But you need practice. Lots of practice. Great things usually happen to those who never stop trying. He hopes you'll be one of them. You just need more time in the surf. That's the only way you'll ever learn how to swim. You can never try too hard. Judging by your Muma's look, it seems you forgot something. You promised you'd train with her before the sun goes down. It's time to go. The dedication to training is important. You can't rely solely on the fact that Wang Fu is in your blood. You should know, practice makes perfect. As long as it doesn't kill you, it'll only make you stronger. She'll see you at the village square. She says that's good. With a passion for learning, you'll never cease to grow. Here's another familiar face with lots on his mind. Asks how you're feeling today. He's learned that things are never as bad as they seem. You'll feel better in the morning. He was hoping you could help him pick up some scrap for a thingamajig he's working on. He's happy to hear that from someone that's a part of the coming generation. You owe it to yourself to protect the environment. You should look for things that are recyclable. It shouldn't take you too long to find some. He wonders what usefulness you found. He says every little thing counts. He can work wonders with almost anything and asks if you know how to upcycle. That's the spirit. You can't make a difference unless you get your hands dirty. He'd love to teach you to upcycle, and the scrap you found would be a good start. You did well, but he can't help but wonder why you decided to craft a weapon. He believes being considerate will help you feel at peace with yourself. He understands, but hopes you won't be needing it anytime soon. You're not in this world to live up to his expectations, but he hopes you're never going to have to use that weapon of yours. He's looking forward to seeing what you'll make next. It seems you have a talent for this. It looks like she's starting to lose her patience. You know she doesn't like waiting for you. She wants to see you on the village square right away. Then you've got a good excuse. You share a responsibility to prevent hardship on nature and the environment. It's your future. She wants you to grow up and start thinking for yourself. You really need to find yourself before she's gone. That's all she's ever asked of you, that you'll try and give it your best. You can't do more than that. You've always followed your own path, but this... Then start by meeting her on the village square and take it from there. She knows you're a free spirit, always on the move, like the wind. They look determined. Better watch out. He asks you to stop right there and wonders where you think you're going. That makes him wonder why you were here looking for it. There's no way they'll let you pass. He wants to know who you think you are. They push each other to become better, and sometimes someone gets pushed down along the way. She asks if you're hurt. What happened?
Andro?
She says it's nice of you to consider them, but they have weapon training at sunrise tomorrow, so they'll need all the rest they can get. The most important thing is that you're okay.
Andro?
It's time to focus on your training now. She suggests that you forgive your enemies. Nothing annoys them more. Here's someone close to heart, doing what he does best. Seeing you always puts a smile on your Popsy's face. He wants to know how you're feeling. He heard you helped Gizmo clean up. He's proud of you. He asks if you could help him too before you leave for training. He'll leave the quick part to you. You're the martial artist, after all. He suggests you get going and find him gadgets and ideas for how you can upcycle some old fabrics. He's curious to see what you found. He's all for renewal and has even considered making the trip out into the wilds to look for a bionucleus pool and refresh his DNA. He can work wonders with pretty much anything and asks if you know how to upcycle. Thinks some are and some aren't. One thing's for sure, though, your Mooma thinks it all takes up too much space in the house. He says it's about time you learned how and offers to teach you, starting with the scrap you found. The style might be too edgy for his taste, but it looks sharp on you. Agrees. At least that way it'll never go out of style. You should take it with you, wear it to practice. He's sure your Mooma will forgive you for not wearing the traditional outfit. He's looking forward to seeing what you'll make next. It seems you have a talent for this.
turi kumbala mua.
Your Muma says it's about time you got here.
Vola kamunum rutna. Inadab sunka.
Wants you to understand that you can do anything if you work really hard.
Vola kamunum rutna. Kana rota.
She says she is eager to get started. You don't have much time left before the sun goes down.
Asana yotutupu. Masanmal.
But there's enough time left for repetition, and you need it. Training dummies don't hit back.
Masanmal.
That's a good attitude as long as you keep learning.
Pialtuma.
Your Muma says you did well today. She's so proud of you.
Kamonu.
Thanks you for being such a good student.
Asilnatu. Tatenko baba sakting.
Been working on a present for you, with the help of Gizmo and Wiz.
Kamonu. Asana yotutupu.
You should go see him and find out what it is. You've deserved it.
Anora kapabon.
Says he's always thought so well of you, just like her. Catchy.
Asilnatu.
Your Muma says she's never seen an apparatus as green as this little thing. It's wonderful.
Kalino.
She's happy you appreciate what others do for you.
Ruhemu tono. Tatenko baba sakting.
A piece of Scraptronics like this has built-in old-world tech that makes it a potent communication device.
Dere.
It's called an automaton, and it's hardwired to your DNA. It'll follow wherever you go and see whatever you see.
Ruhemu tono.
You're lucky to have such a fine helper with you.
Inadab sunka.
Your Muma says you look tired. No wonder. It's been a long day.
Yo no massaman warut.
Says a good rest makes you ready for tomorrow. Rest and you'll find strength for tomorrow. Nothing could stop Lupa Lupin from setting the world on fire.
Adoro. Can see. Kamonu.
Your Muma urges you to blaze a trail. A burnt kidling will learn to dread fire. That's just adding fuel to the flames. Give it a last burst and you'll make it. Your Muma says this is it. The time has come. She must fight Lupa Lupin. This time there's no escape. She can hear him coming. Lupa Lupin is a problem older than you. Whatever happens, you need to know she loves you. And everything she's done has been to protect you, your Popsy, and those she was chosen to lead. She tells you to stay back. This is her fight. It has nothing to do with you. History has finally caught up with her.
Anarolute.
She loves how brave you are, but she can't be worrying about you while she fights. This is her fight. Here it comes. The past coming to haunt the present. You must go through fire and water to make it out of here. Your Muma says you can make it if you believe in it. Where she goes, you go. Blood is thicker than water. You're in deep surf. Don't make waves. The surf goes where it wants to go. It'll take you to the shore as long as you go with the flow. Death is not to be feared by one who has lived life with a pure heart. A part of her will live on in you. The creature is hungry for more. Nothing is going to stand in its way now. If a sacrifice is made for someone else, it's not lost, but passed on to the next. Life must go on. Real sacrifice comes from love and necessity when all other options are exhausted. The ultimate test of conscience is the willingness to give up anything to save what you truly care about. What you do for yourself dies with you. What you do for your kin remains and makes you immortal in their memory. As the moment fades and is lost, the only thing that remains is loneliness. It doesn't mean you'll forget your past. It simply means you need to move on.
The tribe's caught a fluffy hulk. Better watch out, it's no pet.
They couldn't keep it down. Fluff Hulk was on the loose. right between the eyes. It was harder than expected to take down the Fluff Hulk. They've received news a Ronin joined the tribe's ranks and were looking forward to meeting you. A group of Jagni warriors are already waiting for you at Myriad's Vespidut outpost. You should hurry there and help them storm the outpost. Mercy is for the weak. The Jagni tribe seek no one's sympathy. Look, an emergency box from the old days. Wow, bet that nut makes a tight fist. Darkness cloaks the world. Tunnels like this still carry echoes from the past. Can you hear it? This corner of the world is called Bricktown. It's Peekaboo Park. Young ones love this sort of place. Give 'em a hand. Took care of it. This one seems to be in good spirits despite being left here for dead. Has heard that you only follow your own personal code and is worried you've lost your respect for life. Asks you to do the right thing for the sake of your Is sad to see you're staying on this road to ruin and that you're so determined to help no one other than yourself.
Yes, that's the way. No arguing with that.
Sometimes your gut is flat out wrong.
Don't ever doubt yourself. You are number one.
Even the dark knows you're better than this.
Stick with me. We'll rule the world.
That's a myriad tribe outpost. The Vespidat outpost. Long-time home of the Myriad tribe. Says you need to hit them where it hurts, inflict as much suffering as possible, and make it clear your tribe is a terror to their existence. Murder and mayhem and other terrible things happen. He's sure you've seen it before. Here's the first line of defense. That's a bomb lobber. Give those twirly wheels a turn. Yes, the river tub's going down the drain. Keep going. That cage is holding a helper. Says they've been treated fair, but is glad to see you. Hopes you'll treat the rivals with the same respect they treated them. Grateful that you're willing to move past this like them. A sharpshooter. The scaffolding looks unstable. Better stay clear of the red ray. Here's the second line of defense. Red means danger. Timber. Bet a big bump will bring it down. Switched off the light. A barrel shoot. Smack it to get a barrel out of it, then hit it toward the gate and blast it. That looks splody. Shoot it and watch it blow. Not too close, though. Kaboom! You're in. Almost there. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger.
Is the Moi o visoko dolazi ne
Says you did a great job capturing the outpost. You've earned the privilege of carrying the
o visoko dolazi ne
Says you're lucky to have the honor. Out of Date says he's doing his best to keep up, but from what he can tell, it seems you're making progress with the tribe conflict.
Weta gono tu lua ba volua.
He had a feeling you'd get along with the Jagni tribe, but it remains to be seen what the future holds for your alliance.
Loma utulu ba yuwo.
You seem to get along with the Jagni tribe, which doesn't come as a surprise as you share an ominous outlook on life.
Mauketo tolu ayadre koyetu koweboy.
But Out of Date emphasizes that solving the tribe conflict won't matter unless you help make a stand against the World Eaters. That's the sound of impending doom. Out of Date's premonitions of imminent disaster are true. The Porkypuff needs to be handled.
Tamuk gabamuktab ilvov ugvuhu vobra boom.
He says the time has come to confront the Porkypuff at the end of the East Route.
Ewe boboye.
Goop is working on making his goo glide strong enough to break the waves out to the World Eater.
Beboko kontabe le yayato.
You should get over there and see what you can do to help. History is nothing but a series of stories. That there's Subnautica Station. Goop flounders around in there.
Yango. Azetawa. Awali.
Gulpo ain't the easiest tongue, but I think he says he's happy to see a friendly face. Not too many of those around these days.
Tirami.
Says it's good to see you again. He's Goop. You might remember him from the old days when he tried to teach you how to swim.
Awali.
Goop says you were always so righteous as a child, and he can still feel it, even at a distance.
Daikeza.
Goop says memories fade surprisingly fast. We are all pieces of what we remember. It's only together. He can't tell you much, as he didn't want to hear anything about it. He can't understand how someone could be so vicious, even though he knows there are reasons behind it. Goop says our memory keeps things for us and protects them until we are ready to face them again. He understands you've returned to face Lupa Lupin. That's the destiny you've been carrying within yourself all these years. He says that the catastrophe back then didn't vanquish the good in you. It's still there, as bright as when you were a child. Now the time has come for you to remember and act. Your life is your life, not the story you're told about it. He thinks that's the right thing to do. It's only when you have forgiven that you'll find peace.
Light instantly banishes dark.
How much light do you really need?
All the light, all of it!
I mean, you could leave a little space for the dark.
All the light.
Says life on the goo is wide open. You have so many choices of where to go, some harder than... Best to stick close to the shore then, where the goo isn't so deep. That's like being close to your friends who can help when things go wrong. Figures the world is a goner. Even the goo will go gone. Wishes you hadn't done so much to make the goo even gooier. Wonders why you're flapping around with the Jagni. They spend too much time nesting to do anything fun. Thinks you're only proving his point. But hey, back to the goo. Knows yesterday is already gone. It's what you do today and tomorrow that'll move you forward. You need to set the past aside, at least for now. He can't leave the Subnautica station, as the pollution has worn down the insulation of his suit. So you must salvage enough scrap to fix up his goo glide, starting with the old wreck box outside. You should return when you've retrieved the scrap. There's no time to waste if you want to make the goo glide strong enough to fight the Porky Puff. Out of Date told him the undersurf was the epicenter of the contamination. This was where it struck hardest and inflicted the biggest change to the ecosystem. Let's see. Nothing's more important right now than this. Making great progress. Now that's loot. That dawn's a bit easier on the eyes. Just a few moves left. Make them count.
All fired up. Who could stand against that? The world is awake. Looks like the switches need to be turned to match so enough charge can flow through the conductors. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework.
Mukam. Sairuya. Tirami. Afanya. Mukan bali.
He's got the goo glide functional. You'll have a pull hook and a salvage net, but no armor, and an engine strong enough.
Yukia. Mukan bali. Yukia.
There are lots of valuables left behind on the surf floor that the salvage net will enable you to haul. You just need to find the right spots.
Turtua. Tursape. Sairuya.
Goop says Gizmo's devised a cannon for the goo glide, but instead of bullets, it flips quacks, squeaky distractions for the triple attentive porky puff, which will give you time to get yourself in position.
Tirami. Wanakanwako.
The best way to find quacks is to talk to Gulp. He has the bearings of the surf archipelago and knows where the quacks like to float.
Chaida.
This means you'll have the privilege of visiting Gulp in the Sinky Dink. He'll be able to give you directions to where you'll find quacks.
Wanaptapako. Chaida.
He only knows what's visible to the naked eye. Gulp is not much of a babbler and mostly keeps to himself and his drink. Shield your eyes if the daylight hurts you. Welcome to the Surf Archipelago, where the horizon rests on the surfy goo. You're poking around Pokbur, a prime village. This here is the Sinky Dink, home of Gulp, at the very least. Yeah. Ja,
Crown.
He's pretty sure he's heard of you before, although the details are maybe a little hazy. He wonders if you have something for him to drink. Guesses he does, but it's a long life in a wild world. Sometimes he's shaken, not stirred. Says you look like you've got a powerful thirst to do something in this world. Good, bad, not really sure, but it seems like you've been drinking in your destiny and liking the flavor. Wants to know if he could point you towards something fun to drink, so that you could share with the tipsy tipster. You sure look like you could use a drink. Either way, he hopes you find a way to wet your whistle before the world comes to an awful dry end and leaves us all thirsting for more. Says life's like a mystery drink. Sometimes it's amazing, and sometimes it's awful. But either way... Sure, but that's nowhere near as quick and easy. Who wants to stop to chew? Says you should toast the end of the world, but you'd better hurry. It's coming soon. Respects how you take care of yourself first instead of trying to swallow too much. Thinks it's funny you wound up with the Jagni. They drink so little. Guesses someone has to be, but he can't swallow the sight of it. But who cares about them? Says you'd be as bummed out as him if you came for the hot stuff. The glugmocker, Nimhimbibble, and his favourite radium syrup. That one's even more intoxicating now, aged in truck tankers and all. Without a drink, and radium syrup especially, he can't move, much less think, as the power of his mind is directly proportioned to the quantity of syrup he swigs. That's why he's called Gulp. The drink helps him forget the state the world is in, but it only lasts until tomorrow. The world is still doomed, even if the sun goes up. Figures the real problem is finding something to drink. He wants you to know he has other interests too. He's the Surf Archipelago's self-proclaimed ornithologist, for example. There are other ways than a cold drink to relieve stress, even in these dark times, and, fortunately for you, he can help. Watching Pippi's flap is calming, but better yet are the ones you can look at and touch, like quacks. Squeezing them is a great way to relax. Says he's not sure you can. Physically, that is. There's no squeeze in the world able to counteract his expansiveness. This machine should keep you dry on the goo. The Quack Hollow. It's just lonely.
Locked, but good. You're here for a reason. It's up to you to figure out what that is. Perfect for making a sideways rain of slugs. Locked up tight? You need to line up the switches so they match. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Bristles like the hair of one electrified. You need to line up the switches so they match. Bristles like the hair of one electrified. You need to line up the switches so they match. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and
activate the framework. The Tree of Life still stands. Question is, for how long? Time to over the goo. Sometimes you gotta paddle on. That's a resource totem, a monument left behind by those that picked scrap, trying to keep the area clean.
Usa. Sairuya. Rapiki.
That's enough quacks to sustain the Googlide flipper with infinite ammunition.
Mukam.
Goop says he was there when the Porky Puff took Out of Date's leg, so this World Eater has made it personal. After that, Out of Date started using his head instead of his legs and came up with the plan on how to best make a stand against the World Eaters, and it wasn't by foot. That's how he got tasked with rebuilding the Googlide. He seems happy to talk. Says you should take it easy. There's still time before the dawn. Tread soft. That's a monster nest, if ever I've seen one. It's the porky-puff nibbling bug. It took quite a liking to the crunchy stuff after munching down out-of-date's leg. Unleash the quacks. Ain't that cute? The two big playing with quacks. Can you feel it? It's the brisk wind of change. Don't let this opportunity slide.
moi...
thanks you for dealing with the first World Eater. It's a start. You should go see Out of Date and find out what you can about the machine he's named the Ark. Even if Out of Date doubts your intentions, he depends on your help, and the Sifu is confident he'll let you know what you need. He trusts you know where to find Out of Date by now. He's always been at the foot of the tree, and that hasn't changed. Night covers the land. There it is, the Tree of Life. The idea that all life is related by common descent, where the twigs are existing species and those produced in the past represent the succession of the extinct. The tree's great branches were once budding twigs, a connection between the past, present, and future. A representation of all extinct and living species with its ever-branching and beautiful ramifications. We are an evolution of those that came before. Nice. Some barked wood scrap for you. The light's coming back. Wood scrap. The one kind of scrap you could actually still find growing. Let's see. It's a place well hidden. It's just below the above. Out of Date's impressed you made it this far, but there's still so much left to do. The end of the world is still on everyone's minds.
Loma Toaha.
You've beaten a path where you have the power to destroy or save everyone. Question is, what you'll do with that responsibility.
Koibe o Korfabe.
He worries about you. If you love yourself, you don't hurt others. But the more you hate yourself, the more you want others to suffer.
Koibe o Korfabe.
Thinks it's important that you remember who you are and where you came from. Someone without knowledge of their history and origin is like a tree without roots.
Koibe o Korfabe. Loma Toaha.
What do you think his are? He's the one that's called out of date, remember?
Ka nuka nuburak e baso dombubu bukoye.
Out of date says there's a time for everything. And now there's no use thinking of the past, for it's gone.
Momombusu?
Think of the present, because that's where you are. It's time to set your priorities as the one who completes things.
Ka nuka nuburak. Come Reaper.
He's worried that you're putting the world at risk. But darkness isn't necessarily the end of the world. It's just another perspective.
Baluotolua. Luatolu tum.
If the world really does end, there won't be anywhere to run.
Atu wamawa. Momombusu?
He hopes you're right. He gets that you mean the journey continues either way, but personally he wants the tree to survive.
Kim hobe bekuku hifar muk.
Out of date says there's no clear record of the chain of events that changed the course of history and brought the world to its knees.
Oloi bobo paweg. Atu wamawa.
He's found evidence on the Ark, records of a crisis, decades of contamination that permeated the ground and broke its inner core.
Daimis.
The contamination disrupted what we now know as key energy, the life force that runs through all things, living and inanimate.
Farfarifto. Tuka kubu. Ilfov uguvuhu. Obra boom.
He's been told the blight affected everything at a genetic level and turned our perception of normality on its head.
Toledrea. Ya maoloa. Ilfov uguvuhu. Obra boom.
It was only those that changed that avoided extinction, proving that the possibility for survival and renewal was real.
Iatu yao mawa. Ya. Sawata mua.
He understands you are curious about the ship at the foot of the tree. He says it surfaced when the oil broke through the ground.
Kobwa. Yak.
The Ark predates the back-in days, and now, after years of study of the manuals he found inside, he believes he's figured the ship out.
Vunko vuntu. Ya lawa watnawa.
The Ark has room for 4 more, even if you think no one else is worth saving if the world comes to an end.
Iatu yao mawa. Ya lawa watnawa.
He'll keep the seats open, and you are free to invite up to 4 others to join you in the Ark in the event of a cataclysm.
Mopu far kobi.
Out of date says that from what he's heard, you've been busy.
To wata. Yunu luaf tula. Luatolo mawa.
He says he appreciates what you've done so far, but unfortunately he's got urgent news from his friend Gizmo in the West.
Honto kontue bon yevun goja.
Out of date says he knows you're good-hearted enough to do your best to support Gizmo.
Kabobe farhi. Mao toliawahu.
He says he'll point you in the right direction, but finding Gizmo and making sure he gets what he needs is up to you. That doesn't sound good. Out of date's forebodings are justified. The jumbo puff needs to be taken care of.
Yunu luaf tula. Befarbihita. Huntokub kirko.
Out of date says that Gizmo is worried now that the Western World Eater is stepping up its activity.
Mao toliawahu. Ya yu mawa.
He explains that Gizmo is working on a scrapwalker vessel in order to get to the World Eater, but needs help to get it done.
Auketo tul attu iamanau.
Out of Date suggests that you should head west as fast as possible and see what you can do to help.
Ku bubuye buy.
He wonders what's on your mind.
Ba no yualu.
Says you should take it easy. You found the whereabouts, the deepest, darkest forest in the land, sometimes hard to see for all the trees. It's the Chug Yard. Yeah, the future is in your hands, so take care of it. Someone locked it solid. Tribes always scavenging for scrap, and the yard has plenty to go around. But they should have stuck to looting instead of playing around with sprockets. Nice shot! Your key energy is too low. Bangarang! Couldn't stand another hour of daylight. Hey, nice shot. Bomper Bonker's busy ram-banging the door. This is your chance. Hot metal. Now that's a flesh wound. Yes, you can do anything. The sky's the limit. Now, let's take this back to Earth. Wow, you really took that all the way down to the end, in flames. Let's see. It's a wonder some of these up and downs still work. Guess they built machines better in the past. I need to brush up on my Wando, but I have a feeling he believes it was you that caused the bang at the yard. Oh, and he says he knows you. You used to call him Gizmo. He gave you the oil-greased hands when he taught you how to upcycle. Gizmo remembers you as a nice kidling, and he can still sense the warmth of your good heart. But Gizmo says how you experience a memory can be different. You know the story, but sometimes the truth. It carries so much hate, and its insatiable hunger has only increased over the years since it claimed revenge on your parents. Gizmo says he also has re-memories from the long gone, but unlike you, he doesn't think of the past, for it's gone. He understands history made Lupa Lupin a big part of your past, your present, and soon, your future. You still believe there's some good in everyone. You still have hope for tomorrow. He says you should know that what's meant to be will always find a way, but history shouldn't consume you. Gizmo encourages that. You should forgive, but never forget. It'll provide some comfort to your soul and keep the memory of lost loved ones in your heart.
The light shines on!
Better isn't the word I would use.
Right, not better. Best.
You're the worst.
The worst of being the worst. We're just the best.
Would like to know if you ever doubt the choices you made on the path that brought you to this point. Would you have been happier going in a different direction? Supposes that's all any of us can do. Sad to see the Tree of Life is going to die and take everything with it, but it's not like he didn't expect it.
Understands why you're bent on finishing the world off. Supposes it's a mercy to make it faster. Wonders if you liked working with the Jagni. They always hunker down in their homes, gathering their things around them. Says home is a base, but it doesn't have to be everything. The world is wider than you know. But that's not important now. Gizmo says it's taken a long time to bring the past up to the present, and where you go from here is up to you. You need to set the past aside, at least for now. He can't leave the underyard as he has no protection against the vacuum in the dead zone, so you need to salvage scrap to upcycle the Mekton, starting with the old crate outside. You should return when you've retrieved the scrap. There's no time to waste if you want to make the Mekton strong enough to fight the Jumbo Puff. There are more crates from before the apocalypse left out in the wild. Easy to find if you keep an eye out. You should be able to gather enough scrap to upgrade the Mekton from them. There's short of breath and death to this zone. Better take care. He who half breathes, half lives. That's the leftover you're looking for. No air left for whining about it. Don't tip over. Ooh-wee, that's biohazard. He says that's enough to get the Mekton functional. You'll have an engine, a fuel soaker, a gun, and a gathering net, but no armor. He made a suction device, so the Mekton can use the black tar as an instant refuel. You can also use it to clear oily goo puddles, so you can pass and access hard-to-get-to areas.
He's been working on another project for the Mekton, a cannon, but it needs ammunition, and by that he means the scripts. He says if they're trained right, they'll turn into a distraction for the jumbo puff. The best way to find scripts is to go talk to Moog. He knows the ins and outs of every breathing thing left alive after the apocalypse. Unfortunately, this means you'll have to venture farther out into the dead zone than Moog's camp on the steep depot. Once you find Moog, he'll be able to give you... He noticed the jumbo puff has a short attention span, so the script should distract it long enough for you to inflict some damage. This is all about you. Whether you succeed or fail, it's on you. The Grease Monkey's Mekton is built sturdy, just like himself. Can you imagine how this place used to look before the dead oil flood? Might want to hold your breath before you head any further. You're about to witness the breathtaking vistas of what's known as the Dead Zone. In the old world, roads like this really led somewhere. Now, most of them lead to disaster. The sun is coming up fast. That over there is Steepo Depot, the cliffside that Moog hangs on to.
Inmo. Tiava. Wa isku. Ja.
This one's impressed to see you out here. He figured you'd be dead by now. Not many are as tough and
Isku.
says a monster hunter hears many things on the wind.
Why ad foodlia haya?
Moog says that all your power doesn't do you a bit of good if you're not willing to pull the trigger when the time comes.
La fea noch drei.
Out there with the monsters, it's kill or be killed. Which will it be for you?
Tomosakula ima bella.
You might have a steady aim, but you need to be sure that you pick your targets with care.
Vaxa u intabadan. Sam und lump.
It's hard to make those life or death decisions for others, but someone's got to do it. Otherwise, they'll do it themselves, and you know they'll miss. Claims he mostly kills whoever he doesn't like.
Vaxan mar malvad cherry.
Worries that when the world dies, there won't be any monsters left. What will he shoot then?
Ikaya marafka. Ti vaxan mar malvad cherry.
Gets why you're thinning the herd so hard, but he wishes you'd leave some monsters for everybody else.
Vaxan mar malvad cherry.
Approves of you working with the Jagni. They have the hunting spirits of a flock of hawks.
Gak yama fore dome da hunga.
Enjoys it when he gets the chance, though they're not much good against monsters.
In mo.
But enough of that, right?
Intabadam wagsu va. Yama fore dome da hunga.
He says the wildlife, nature, has changed and turned against us. Instincts of survival took over when the world changed. He's not sure about their veggie diet anymore, and if it's changed, who knows what it's done with the chemical composition of their body output.
Inmo mashako hirsare. Como judo vavazine.
Right now, though, he feels he's come to a point where he's got a pretty clear idea on the whereabouts of monsters.
Kuali me.
Thinks that it all hangs on the tree of life. When it started to fail, everything changed.
Kuali.
Moog says you must learn to walk before you can run. It takes practice before you can call yourself a monster hunter.
Silogo bartinea falish.
Fortunately for you, he can help. He understands you need to start off with something small before you go big.
Dozif kuali.
There's no better place to start than a squip cave. Hunting down a couple of these little critters for yourself should keep you on your toes.
Zif.
Says it's not far at all. Fortunately for you, the squips seem to have acclimatized themselves to the otherwise uninhabitable dead zone. Don't have enough flaps to fly. Wait, it's the squip hole-up. Place is just filled with critters. Yuck! Biohazard. Sickening. Once the volatilization from the nuclear waste evaporated, a volatile gas rose through the soil and infested structures, even Toxanol's own buildings. So, in a way, they caused their own death. Oh. Idea. Go knock the lid off that sludge truck. It'll fill the place up and you can get up to that entrance there. A crit. We all share the same destiny. Destruction or survival. Keep your powder dry. You need to line up the switches so they match. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework. For when you're committed to cutting. Right between the eyes. This is more like it. This box once tailed a chugger-chugger. Now it's just off track. He says that's enough scripts to sustain the Mekton's claw crane cannon with infinite ammunition. Well done. That's the special weapon he made to store the scripts in the Mekton. It will be strong enough to launch them at the Jumbo Puff. Gizmo's made vehicles before to confront the Jumbo Puff himself, but failed. But this time, it's different. The Mekton will be strong enough to do the job. It's time to put a stop to the World Eater now. Otherwise, he fears the damage it's caused to the tree already will be too much to handle. He asks you to not even think about taking on the Jumbo Puff on foot. You'll need the Mekton to do the job. Take his word for it. There's time to improve the Mekton before you confront the Puff. There are more wreck boxes out in the dead zone with gear you should be able to equip the Mekton with on your own. It's already quite sturdy, but upgrading it will greatly improve your chances of victory. Gizmo wants to help if he can. Says you should take it easy. so bright out now. Kaboom! You look like you've been doing this your whole life. That's a jumbo puff with an appetite. Ain't no fuzz. Better put an end to it before it ends our world. Jumbo Puff is kicking it up a notch. It's time for an electric performance. Ouch! Couple of more hits and it's a fried circuit board. Bad feeling about this. It goes all the way down to the stomach. Start like a snack, and you'll end up with a ride down the intestinal canal. That's too close to the end station. Better move up and away, or be swept out the bowel way. Wow, what a super-sized worm whip. That must be as big as they come. The Taurus is pumping at half a beat. You know what to do. You see, it's what's on the inside that counts. That meaty Taurus is already off beat. End it. Who would have guessed it would go down with a throw-up? Can it really get any better than that? He thanks you for dealing with another world eater. You're halfway there. He's got word out of date spotted Lupin and has a feeling your time has come. He hopes you're up for it. Even though you're good-hearted, you shouldn't miss this opportunity to confront the Predator. Just head back to the foot of the tree. Fingers crossed Lupin will stay put until you're there. Check out that day. Out of Date says the time has come for you to reconcile with your past. Lupa Lupin is still staying in the camp where he was brought up. He hopes you'll find the answers you are looking for there. Even though darkness is a part of your nature, he suggests you try to keep your cool, as the best fighter is never angry. He'll point you in the right direction, but the rest is up to you. This part of the journey is one you'll have to do on your own. Lupa Lupin's camp has always been there, hidden deep inside the mountains. Out of Date hopes you'll find your way and the answers you were looking for once you're there. He knows he said it before, but the time has come to put an end to the Lupin's reign of terror. You should get over there, come face to face with destiny. It's going to be you against the Lupin. No rules. He's happy to help. Says you're welcome back. Lupa Lupin's camp has always been there, hidden deep inside the mountains. Take a moment to absorb the day.
Tread carefully here. This is Lupa Lupin's camp. Lupa Lupin says he's been looking forward to this moment. He wanted you to come here and see for yourself where it all started. He was so little when your mother and kin came here to put an end to his mother just because she was different, a hunter. That night, the hunter became the hunted, trapped with nowhere to run. He says your mother showed no mercy, only vengeance. He can see that you're not like your mother. There's something different about you. Maybe you would have made a better decision than she did, and let them be. They orphaned him, left him alone, an outcast and a freak. Lupa Lupin says he's been reliving the moment every night since then. He says your mother and her disciples started something that couldn't be undone. They created the monster he would become. He knew his time would come, and he was patient. So, when he got news about your birth, he knew how to get revenge that would last. That's why he spared you that night he raised the village when you were a child. He wanted you to suffer for life, like he had. He marked you for life, so he'd recognize you when you met again, and you'd eventually remember where you came from. His hunger grew insatiable over the years to come. He tried, but being vegetarian wasn't in his nature, and he couldn't go hungry. But he's never taken a life for the sake of appetite. It's always been about survival, and that our true self is being who we are. A deep look into nature will make you understand everything better, and that natural selection eliminates, and the strongest survive. Fate is for those too weak to determine their own destiny, and now the time has come for you to accept yours.
Watch out for drop-offs. They can surprise you down here.
Aya mu aya. Mpa. Wherefore? Where?
Out of Date says that from what he's heard, you've been busy.
Kabobe farhi. Tolidrea. Ya mauloa.
He says he appreciates what you've done so far, but unfortunately he's got urgent news from his friend Noko in the east.
Lotu lu bayo. Honto kontue ponjevun goja.
Out of Date says that even though he's unsure about your intentions, he hopes you'll support Noko.
To huaye potawata. Vunko vuntu.
He says he'll point you in the right direction, but finding Noko and making sure she gets what she needs is up to you. That doesn't sound good. Out of Date was spot on. The hoof puff needs to be stopped.
Farfarifyo. Tuka kubu.
Out of Date says that Noko is worried now that the Eastern World Eater is stepping up its activity.
Tika maperna. Ya lawawat nawa. Potawata.
He explains that Noko keeps a fabled steed that she has planned to ride out to the World Eater, but needs help to get it prepared.
Papa mofubak.
Out of Date suggests that you should head east as fast as possible and see what you can do to help.
Ya. Sawata mua.
He's happy to help.
Ya. Sawata mua.
Thinks you might want to find a place to rest. Night's coming fast.
Evunkutu buvum.
Says you should take it easy.
Fofo umba bagwa papa mu.
He guesses you're back for more.
Adu awa ya ya.
Understands you have other places you need to go. The darkness swallows everything at night. Try not to breathe through your nose holes. This area is biocontaminated. It's really hazardous. A crossway. This means you have a choice to make. Which way? Try not to get turned around in the dark. This region is known as the Knupstonies. You can't find a harder place in the world. Ah, the Gnot Pen. Noko never leaves this place. She's always put the living things first. Let's see.
Kuri kumbala muma. Ferena masalapu.
Nooks isn't an easy language, but at least it's manageable. She says she is so happy to see you again.
Monibasa. Kialdo male kanoto.
She wonders if you remember her. She's Noko. She let you ride her Majut when you were a kid.
Monibasa.
Noko remembers you used to chase around with so much energy and is glad to see you haven't lost any of that spark.
Do male tuk.
But that's all long gone now, though. Memories show us where we've been, not where we're going.
Pial tu ma. Inyadaldo.
Seems reluctant to even say its name. It's become personal to her too, since it's taken so many of her innocent gnotes as prey.
Kanyala no toro. Ritsentede.
Noko remembers those days too, but she never lets herself wallow in them, no matter how tempting that can be.
Anaro lute. Kanamunta.
She sees you're back to buck with Lupa Lupin. Can't see how there's any way to avoid that now. Not for long, at least.
Urasa durut. Kamonu.
She says the horrors of your younger days were enough to ruin anyone, but not you. You've got all that cheer about you still.
Sana yotpa. Sana yote. Kamonu.
Noko says history is like the trail you've been on. You can walk back down it any time you like, and
Sana yote. Dropalu.
she wants Lupa Lupin to pay too, even though she strongly believes forgiveness is the strongest revenge.
Nothing shines like the dark. Oh, no, wait. Oh, well, you know.
You can't trust the dark.
Can you see how dark sets you free?
It's not too late for you, is it?
Hello, Darkness. That's me, your old friend.
Anoraka babum. Amun.
Asks how many paths you've wandered in the world, and if you ever wonder about what might have changed if
Dropalu.
you can't do everything you want, can't go everywhere, can't see everything, only what you can.
Masama. Kanoruta.
Hates to think of what's going to happen to all the gnotes when the world dies. Nothing left to care for.
Kanoruta. Kala.
Likes that you stood up for the world and spurred your way toward helping it out.
Kanoruta.
Can't believe you joined up with the Jagni. They're constantly pecking around looking for things to swipe.
Dere.
If by loose you mean not nailed down, they keep trying to rustle her gnotes.
Pendrine senema.
But let's not speak of that now.
Andro.
She has an idea where the Majut might have gone, as there's no other place it likes as much as its own corner of the open wild. She's even named it the Majut Meadow.
Kuri kumbala muma. Boila kuto. Brumble na marsamambunundu.
The Majut will recognize the scent you've attracted while being here, so it'll probably trust you enough to follow you.
Tukonda.
You should lead the Majut back here when you find it. It's going to take time to get it calm enough to be able to ride out to the World Eater.
Tukonda. Taifanamenuma. Kialdo male kanoto.
She's sad that something as wild as the hoof puff can't be tamed, but has to come to terms with the fact that you need to stop it. Look at those peaks. You found the Majut Meadow. Watch out for the Majut.
Not going to happen with your key energy level. Now that's a flesh wound. You've already drained yourself. Have to start another fresh start.
Minä lagi mamuri. Tukonda.
Now that the Majut is back in the pen, it seems calm, but Noko is still concerned.
Tropalo.
She says the Majut is still anxious, but fortunately she knows just the thing it needs to calm down.
Inadabsunka. Domale tuk.
The Majut once found and ate a bonbon gummy by mistake, and that the chewing really calmed it down.
Brumblele marsa mambunundu. Inadabsunka.
She says that you should find some bonbon gummies for the Majut by the crossway. At least, that's where she...
Masammal.
It was the mere sound of the hoof puff that started it. She's never seen it so upset. It just ran away before. Don't forget the past. Learn from it.
Locked. That cranks like these usually need to be wound to operate the dispenser. Just a few moves left. Make them count. What you see is what you get. Once it's out of the blind box, that is. You flick the switches in order to greenlight the current and activate the electrons in the panel. Good. The loop is electrified enough to spark. The day is wasting. Time to get to it. With its attention diverted to the chewy bonbon gummy, the Majut calms down. But Noko is still concerned. She's relieved the Majut has calmed down, but you'll need a heavier sit-tight to ride it than the one she's got. The only sit-tight she can think of that would be heavy enough is one she's spotted mounted on an old-world mecha-Majut. If she remembers correctly, she spotted it at the Smilo Shopperia while scavenging for treats for the Gnotes. That's not so far away. It's a seat you fasten on the back of a mount to safeten up your ride. It can become quite bumpy and risky without. Don't get swept away in the rain. You finally found the village of Bumlidoff.
used up all your key energy. Boxes like this are few and far between. However, that's no great loss. Talking pictures from the aforetimes lacked a message. Personal. Someone locked it solid. Yuck! Biohazard. Sickening. You need to line up the switches so they match. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework. Check out that day. Now hold. You need to loosen the bolts without rattling the Biomutant. That's it. The sit-tight is loose. Time to stop horsing around and get the sit-tight back to Nocco.
Puri kumbala mua, kana munta, do male tuk.
Now that the Majut's got a mouthful of bonbon gummy and the brand new sit-tight is in place, the Majut is ready to ride.
Vaseno kasaman waru, inadab sunka?
Nocco's been training another fantabulous little critter that'll hopefully become a distraction for the hoof puff when you confront it.
Monidasa, andro? Inadab sunka?
She's called them glitter moths, and the best way to find them is to go talk to Mito. She's asked him to keep them somewhere safe.
Bala.
You'll find Mito at Bright Light. He's a light-headed fellow, but hopefully he'll remember where he stored the moths.
Monidasa.
They're small airborne creatures with bright reflective wings and a conspicuous fluttering flight. Darkness cloaks the world.
This place is called Brightlight. Mito lives close by. With the world getting darker by the day, there's not much time left to save it. And even though you've just met, he feels you're bound to play a huge part in that. Says there's so much darkness to deal with. Rather than curse it, he makes lamps to fight it. You found your way through the darkness. You shine like the sun in the sky, but will you use that power to warm the world or burn it? Hopes you see how much good you can do with power like that, and how easy it is to let it drive you mad. No matter where your path takes you, though, it's important to remember where you came from. The past brightlights the present. Wonders if you know how much of an effect you've had upon the world. Your presence changes things like light changing. Figures that doesn't matter. You can't help but shine either way. Wishes you could see your way toward using your fire to light the way in the world, rather than burn it down. Whatever happens to the world, you shone as bright as you could. That matters more than you know. Thinks it's funny you worked with the Jagni. They tried to rob him once, but he scorched away any that got too close. Thinks that's smart of them, and he's happy to use it against them. Says he can see by the twinkle in your eyes that you're not here to talk about your allies. He assumes you are here to be enlightened. He can't blame you, as everything just feels dark and hopeless these days. There's something about you, like you're knit together. Your fate's connected. What you've said, he feels too. So why not call him Me Too? He senses you're like the dayfly, living every day like it's your last, afraid that when night comes, it might be proved right. Believes no one is entirely dark. Even the worst have a spark of good in them. Mito says he's not only into those who shine bright, he likes things that glitter too. He reckons you haven't seen a glitter moth, and says it's about time you did. Even though they're nesting near gone grass, they never run out of glow. Finding yourself a glitter moth would give you that glimmer of hope you need to continue all the way to the end. Glows with delight at your bright passion for the light. You need to point its face in the right direction. They used to call this a thoroughfare. Look at all those old homes. That place there's a real fixer-upper, not an entirely lost cause. When a story comes to you, pay attention.
Sadurutu.
That's enough glitter moths to make her plan work.
Monibasa.
She wants you to stop worrying about the paths you've ridden and focus on the inevitable road ahead, the one that leads to confrontation with the World Eater. The hoof puff is evidence of the duality of evolution, utterly beautiful and grotesque at the same time. She means that the hoof puff has had more time to eat at the root as it's been isolated in the Knoopstonies mountains. So, based on that alone, she reckons it has suffered as much damage as the northwest route that's hidden. It reminds her of the gnotes and, like them, it's hoofed. They're just a lot bigger. Good ridey beast, no hurty.
Time to jet. This is turning out to be quite an expedition.
That sealed the fate of the third World Eater. Just one more to go. Out of Date asked to see you again to congratulate you and let you in on the final phases of his plan. This is your chance to get his priorities aligned with yours. Do right by your tribe and the world at large. Just head back to the Ark. He seemed eager to see you again. You can smell the must down here.
Olloi bo bopaweg kutuvun poputoe.
Out of Date thinks the time has come to end the conflict between the tribes. There won't be any winners in this war. You should know it's not too late to change direction by visiting another tribe's fort. However, it might be best to stick with the tribe you've chosen already.
Yalawawatnawa.
He believes it'll take someone with a light perspective and key to counterbalance the Sifu's energy in the end.
Baluwutulua.
Regardless of the outcome, you need to play your part and conclude the conquest. It'll be over soon.
Befarbihita untukub kirko.
Out of Date reminds you that the time has come to end the tribe war.
Iboda kilmok.
He's happy to help.
Far kobemako to far titaba.
Says you should take it easy. Sometimes don't you wish he could flap away like a bird? She wonders if the rumors she's heard about you finding the Ark are true. Thinks that's impossible, of course, but she also knows you regularly make the impossible happen. The Ark seems like the only way to escape this world now that it's officially doomed. Loves that you did your best to help the world rather than hurt it. You could have used much more of that, even before you returned. Any idea who might be joining you on your Arky journeys?
So, what we have here is an opportunity to help your next. There's a seat open on the Ark should you want to offer it as a gesture of appreciation.
Why? You don't need anyone else but yourself and me, of course, but I'm a part of you, so that doesn't count.
If you want to go quickly, go alone. If you want to go further, go together. The only one we'd want to get away quickly from here is darkness.
But you know you can't go on without me. Even if I'm bad company, I complete you.
I think we can finally agree on something. It is better to be alone than in bad company. But best of all is being good company yourself.
Feels deeply honored that you'd want her to come with you. An Ark is no gnote, but she can't pass this up. She's coming aboard. Noko knows she's known for saying things over again. All things end, but you can hang on a bit longer if we try. Says you should take it easy. Tells you not to worry about her. She'll go straight to the Ark once she's said goodbye to all her gnotes. Noko knows she's known for saying things over again. Says you should take care. Got word you found the greatest glider of all, an ark, and it's all good to go. Can't imagine how that would feel, to zoom so fast. Lucky that you found an ark when you need it most. This world doesn't have long at all. Proud of you for thinking about helping before escaping, either way. Wonders if there are any open seats left in that fancy ark glider of yours.
So, what we have here is an opportunity to help your next. There's a seat open on the...
Why? You don't need anyone else but yourself and me, of course, but I'm a part of you, so that doesn't count.
If you want to go quickly, go alone. If you want to go further, go together. The only one we'd want to get away quickly from here is darkness.
But you know you can't go on without me. Even if I'm bad company, I complete you.
I think we can finally agree on something. It is better to be alone than in bad company. But best of all is being good company yourself.
Feels thrilled to snag a seat in your ark. Can't wait to glide through the skies. Goop knows he's repeating himself, but can't help talking to you. Hopes to see you again soon. So many critters make their home in the forest. He's helped Out of Date to get the Ark hardware restored. He just needs to reroute the excessive high spark to run through the proper plug in the system so it won't break the path if it blows. Can't imagine what you would have done if Out of Date hadn't discovered the Ark. He trusts you won't leave without him now that the tree is dying. He knows your good-hearted nature means you won't leave him behind, but you need to work on yourself if he's going to be isolated with you in the Ark. There are things you don't see eye to eye on. It's not that he doesn't care about others, but the fact that the Ark only has 4 extra seats means you have to be picky when choosing company.
So, what we have here is an opportunity to help your...
Why? You don't need anyone else but yourself and me, of course, but I'm a part of you, so that doesn't count.
If you want to go quickly, go alone. If you want to go further, go together. The only one we'd want to get away quickly from here is darkness.
But you know you can't go on without me. Even if I'm bad company, I complete you.
I think we can finally agree on something. It is better to be alone than in bad company. But best of all is being good company yourself.
He's been thinking this whole thing with the Ark through and has decided he won't be joining you. First off, he isn't 100% sure he's got the wiring right, and really, he doesn't think he can stand being in that enclosed space with you for long. Gizmo will always make time for you. Says you'll meet again. The world is awake. the Domp outpost, shined up by the Myriad tribe. There's the Sovereign who runs this outpost. He didn't expect his outpost to be invaded, but now that you're working with their rival, he can see why. Not sure if you're likable enough to just give up the outpost without a fight. Says he just realized a peaceful end to this would be best. He'll trust the outpost to you. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. That's a keeper. He says you did a great job capturing the rival's second outpost. Thinks you earned your way in with blood. The tribes need someone to unite them. This is a quarrel spot. So many wars have been fought over this patch of dirt. What a waste. The Mitomop outpost. Says they've been waiting for you. They're ready to bring... He says you'd better be. Says scouts spotted a moth nest close to the outpost. That's the idea. If everything works out as planned, the moths should cause a buzzing tumult. That's the moth nest, over there. Just listen. You might hear something important. Not just from me. Just get to it and destroy it. Hot metal. Switched off the lights. Nice work. No more moth's nest. There go the moths toward the outpost. They're good and mad. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. Thinks you did a great job capturing the rival's third outpost and believes the rival is weak enough to engage them at their fort. Hope you make that end as messy as you can. Feels like it's time for a break. That's the Myriad Tribe's fortress. Will they be friends or foe? You should head up there. That way you'll know. This is the tribe's last stand. Conquer this fort and that'll be the last of the resistance. The tribe will be under your... He says you'd better be. The plan is to fling you over the wall with a sling lobber. However, it's better you go and find one for yourself. It can't be too much trouble, though. It's one size fits all. It's a beaten path to that door. If you go there, you'd better make an entrance. Feels good to be alive. That's the Myriad Fort. Not enough key energy. You need to hit them where it hurts. Inflict as much suffering as possible. You're the hammer on their nail. That's a fire starter. The dry grass looks like it would ignite easily. You just need to create a spark to light a fire. It burns brighter than the light. Might want to look for shelter from the rain. That's a pyro sizzler right there. Nice crackle. Just get to work on it. Make it frizzle. The wire claw looks like it's strong enough to pull down a gate, but you just need to aim straight, shoot and pull, and the gate will come down. The Myriad tribe act on understanding of the greater good and a code of honor. They believe uniting the tribes is the only way to restore the peace. Anybody home? He was hoping it wouldn't end this way. There's no reason to fight instead of uniting. It would be fighting over nothing. He sees strength in you like no one else, but if fight is all you do, he can't stand by you. He recognizes the strength of a good argument and agrees it's for the best. He'll give up the fort to you. The rival Sifu is defeated, and the destiny of their tribe is in your hands. You are free to choose their fate, but not free from the consequences of your choice. You'll decide the fate of the rival Sifu, but he suggests you show... He understands what you're thinking. Where else do you find allies, if not among your enemies? And with that, you're spinning your own fate, good or bad, never to be undone. Side by side they'll stand until order and stability is reinstituted. He wants you to focus. These are the new rival outposts your tribe needs to take control of. He says you'll regret not being on their side. The only way you'll learn their secrets, Wung Fu and the tribe weapon now, is if you defeat him. And that will never happen. Your Sifu is pleased. Your help sealed victory and the destiny of the rival tribe. But he's still eager to seal the fate of the world. It's just a matter of time before the tree will fall. Fate is never fair, and it loves the fearless. It's your duty to make one thing happen instead of another. What leads to what and what destroys what. You've grown so much stronger than when you first met. And now, the tribe relies on your strength to take on... He meant that everything that has happened to you has only made you stronger. It's the Myriad Boomerang. For a beastie, this mount is so gentle. There's the Sovereign who runs this outpost. He didn't expect his outpost to be invaded, but now that you're working... Not sure if you're likable enough to just give up the outpost without a fight. Says he just realized a peaceful end to this would be best. He'll trust the outpost to you. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. He says you did a great job capturing the outpost. You're one step closer to ending the tribe wars. Figure you'll know when you're on a roll. As long as karma exists, the world changes, and we change with it. Check out that motor juice station. Wonder if there's any go juice left in the juice tank. The Quirk-Quarp outpost. The Netra tribe first beat this into shape. Bring on the night. Says they've been waiting for you. They're ready to bring death. He says you'd better be. There is a high boom team ready to help with taking over that outpost, but it seems their arc shooter seems happy to hear the arc shooter will be dropping high booms down on the outpost quick-like. A real match. You're fresh out of key energy. Get up there and get fixing. Even with the world ending, there are fresh days ahead. Pow! Just a few moves left. Make them count. Just a few moves left. Make them count. All fixed up. The arc shooters are already gearing up the high booms. Hope their aimers are fixed too. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. He says you did a great job capturing the outpost.
Orzikali.
Figure you'll know when you're on a roll. Whatever you do, do it right, or don't do it at all. Says you need to hit them where it hurts. Inflict as... Clearly, you haven't come here to waste time. Here's the first line of defense. That's a bomb lobber. That hit the spot, wrecked it. A barrel shoot. Smack it to get a barrel out of it, then hit it toward the gate and blast it. That looks exploding. Shoot it and watch it blow. Not too close, though. complicated. Give it another try. Kaboom! You're in. Keep going. Here's the second line of defense. It's smoldering already. Give it a good smack. Give it a good smack. Almost there. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. Thinks you did a great job capturing the rival's third outpost and believes the rival is weak enough to engage them at their fort. Hope you make that end as messy as you can. Just be glad that beastie let you on.
Onis poloknost, donzadne?
This is the tribe's last stand. Conquer this...
Novi, novi.
He says you'd better be.
Apinosko.
The plan is to fling you over the wall with a sling lobber. However, he wants you to secure a hard hat first, should anything go wrong.
Nales stari dat.
Explains that it's a type of catapult that uses a long arm to propel a projectile, or in your case, a gutsy, hard-hatted head. There's not much left of what we used to call our world. Heads up, that's Peak Spot, a great place to watch the world from. Who knows who might be watching you? That's something. A ring dinger from the yesterdays. A thingamabob used to pling signal the faraways. Let's find out if it still works. Your reserves are tapped. Half-lifed. Shot. You're not dead yet. Ching! Look at those peaks. Seems the keys need to be in sequence to make the ring dinger work. You need to get the keys. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Sometimes no message is a message. You need to get the keys in sequence. So, the technology from yesterday's is still here today, even if its message is getting old. You can see a lot farther now than at night. You need to hit them where it hurts. Inflict as much. You're the hammer on their nail. That's a fire starter. The dry grass looks like it would ignite easily. You just need to create a spark to light a fire. It burns brighter than the light. Even harder to take you down. Don't lose your way in the blackness. It's going to take a bit of scavenging to come up with scrap for that. Turrets everywhere. Itchy trigger finger. Slash and dash. Dead on. Every day is a new chance to fulfill your destiny. The battering bonker looks like a great way to get through the gate. Bet you just need to knock and it'll open up. That's bonkers. The Netra tribe values liberty and is striving to protect freedom. They want to continue with each tribe being responsible for their own and believe that uniting the tribes is the only way you can survive. He was hoping it wouldn't end this way. There's no reason to fight instead of uniting. It would be fighting over nothing. He sees strength in you like no one else, but if fight is all you do, he can't stand by you. He recognizes the strength of a good argument and agrees it's for the best. He'll give up the fort to you. The rival Sifu is defeated, and the destiny of their tribe is in your hands. You are free to choose their fate, but not free from the consequences of your choice. You'll decide the fate of the rival Sifu, but he understands what you're thinking. Where else do you find allies, if not among your enemies? And with that, you're spinning your own fate, good or bad, never to be undone. Side by side they'll stand until order and stability is reinstituted. He's gotten news that the other tribes have realized there are no winners in this war. The way he sees it is that you've been forced into opposition. Your tribe didn't start the war, but it's fallen to you to end it. It's clear your way of waging war has been successful. And now that the tribes have experienced this war of yours, they're ready to do whatever it takes to make it end. So, do you want to end the war now, or continue fighting?
the vote.
He was expecting you'd want to continue. It's better to show than tell, but he'll accept the remaining tribe's capitulation. It's the Netra claw chain. It's beyond late. Swifter than ever.
Bubuko von Vunvun atu awa ya ea.
Out of Date says there'll be consequences of the war, but there are more pressing matters at hand.
Ba lo yualo.
The last World Eater has been left undisturbed with the tree while you focused on the war.
Atu awa ya ea. Yuba tolo wawa.
He thought someone with your light perspective and key would have had different priorities and faced the World Eaters before resolving the tribe war.
Kuzata ghetto potawata.
Regardless, Out of Date is grateful the tribe war is over.
Weta gono.
Out of Date understands the road has been rough, but you already know what's left to end this journey, and it'll be tough.
Weta gono. Dikamaperna.
You're the only one that's strong enough to face the last World Eater.
Fofo bagwa papamu.
The future depends on someone with a light perspective to give the world a chance to survive.
Tolowoya lo yalo batoloyo.
Only time will tell what the future holds, and if it will bring a lasting peace for those that make it to the end.
Momombuso?
Out of Date says the word about what you've done so far is spreading. The tribes haven't lost hope yet.
Yowotuloa auketo tul atto iamanao.
He appreciates what you've done so far, but unfortunately he's had urgent news from his friend Wiz in the northwest.
Kobwa yake.
He's unsure about your intentions, but hopes you'll support Wiz.
Empaso dombubu bukoye.
He says he'll point you in the right direction, but finding Wiz and making sure he gets what he needs is up to you. That doesn't sound good. Out of Date's hunch is real. The Merc Puff is up next.
Empaso dombubu bukoye.
Out of Date says that Wiz is worried now that the Northwest World Eater is stepping up its activity.
Bobo Duboko.
He explains that Wiz is working on an undersurf vessel in order to get to the World Eater, but needs help to get it done.
Befarbihita, Untokob Kirko, Bobo Duboko.
Out-of-date suggests that you should head northwest as fast as possible and see what you can do to help.
Kujai, Hifar, Befarb.
He's happy to help.
Fabobe, Mok Kofar.
So, says you covered the important things already. Old brick-bracks like that, sometimes still full of good things. Spin that stick. It's starting to add up. It's a glory shiny day out here. This one seems to be in good spirits, despite being left here for dead. Has heard that you have a sense of compassion and trusts it's in your nature to help those in need. Asks you to do the right thing for the sake of... Is surprised you chose not to help. Feeling good is not the same thing as doing good.
Bam! The dark wins again, right?
You're always going to stumble with the dark.
Don't doubt the dark.
It's okay if I curse the dark just this once, isn't it?
I'm just glad to be on the winning side.
That'll come in handy. Nothing like a story with an unexpected ending. You've discovered Fanaki leaves, the densest jungle in the land. Better get hacking. Just check that skronk out. You need to point its face in the right direction. Nice. Some barked wood scrap for you.
Night is the time to take care of business. The Surge Surf factory. Keep your eye out for Wiz while you're here. Let's see. Wuz isn't easy on the tongue, but I think he says he's happy to see a friendly face. Not too many of those around these days. Says it's good to see you again. He's Wiz. You might remember him from the old days when he let you try his octopod? Wiz remembers you were such a cheery kid, and he's glad to see that light hasn't faded from you, despite the years. But Wiz understands it was a long time ago, and memories get murkier that it was a tragedy, but also sad that you chose to leave. It's a miracle you made it on the outside on your own. That land is harsh, they say. Wiz says our memory keeps things for us, preserves them until we are ready to face them again. He knows you've returned to face Lupa Lupin, and that confrontation is as inevitable as the tides. He's not surprised that the loss of your family could plunge you into the depths forever. But you've always been able to rise like a bubble to the surface, no matter what. He knows that though the tides of history may push you in one direction, ultimately it's your choice. You were the one to be wronged and have lived with the consequences. He believes in consequence as it's a direct result of action.
There's a bright day coming!
Hey, that's going to get you burned.
The only one getting burned around here is you.
That stings.
Oh, do you want some first aid for that?
Asks if you ever think about freedom and whether any of us really has it. Did you make the decisions that brought you here, or are you just a pawn of fate? Glad to hear that. He only wishes he was that sure about himself. Sad that the world is close to death. Wonders if he might be able to hold out a bit longer in an octopod. Impressed that you fought so hard to keep the world spinning. Fascinated you wound up working with the Jagni. He thinks of them not as makers, but takers. He's talking about important things, not homes. Things that matter to the wider world. But that's not nearly as important as this. Wiz says that you should let the past dwell in the depths. But there's something else down there too, gnawing at the Tree of Life. He's named it the Merc Puff. This is why he's tinker-tonkering with the octopod. But the lid got stuck, so he needs a big enough tug twister to open it up and let you a-going.
Oto emaram alkiligorado. Tymnan uyom töva.
He can't leave the surge station, so you must help him find a tug twister. There's a wound-up mecha fingro in...
Nan pakalangi pala potirago. Menya fea.
It's definitely made to lend a helping hand and do the heavy lifting. Toxanol records mention it as an automaton made for moving bionucleus matter into storage areas. Look at the notices on that board. No one paid much attention to them, it looks like. Wiz should be around here somewhere, probably taking care of his guppos. A surge surf factory was one of the cleaner ways to make power, until the surf turned. The thicker the surf became with goo, the more the machinery clogged up and stopped working. Like most things from the bygone. There are sure to be more tracks around here, maybe by the shore. Treat it fair time and the mount will return the favor. Impressed you found that, despite all the goo. This place has held power for a long time. In many ways, it's... Anything that's been ruined can be fixed, but it took a long time to get this bad. It'll take a long time to clean it up, too. Glad you found that track. There's a lot to learn about this world, both here and beyond. An old home. Could be something to it. That's the hut. Wonder if there's anything still inside. No one's going to see you coming in the dark. Don't want to point a finger, but the Mecha Stadium is near here. Locked up tight? Needs a key.
Just a few moves left. Make them count. Careful where you point that. You need to loosen the bolts without unsettling it. Just a few moves left. Make them count. That's it. The tug twister's loose. Let's hope it turned the grabbing hand into a helping hand, too.
Vakantalo ulatu nan pantale ibali kantafu.
He believed the tug twister would do the trick, but now realizes brute force won't do the trick. He agrees that it's an option if you want to break stuff, but in this case you want to keep things intact, so it won't leak once you get undersurf. He says the lid should open if you sprinkle grease it. Problem is, he's all out. He knows his old friend Choo Choo always keeps his grease sprinklers well filled. He should have an extra that you can borrow. He stresses that you should come back as soon as you've retrieved the grease sprinkler. The Merc Puff is crunching bark by the minute. Wiz heard he's currently stranded at the end of the line, so it should be easier to track him down now compared to when he's running rails. Whatever you do it right, or don't do it at all. That there is a fume foundry where toxanol processed go juice. Feels like something's about to happen today. You've reached the end of the line. Bet you can find Choo Choo here.
Pasata konto pa.
Your destiny waits.
Pure pagkabatisma, malam para malo.
Choo Choo knew you would make it to him one day. All you had to do was follow the steel path. The rails might be getting rusty, but eventually...
Para malo pa.
Wonders who doesn't like rules or rails. They keep you on the straight and narrow and bring you right where you belong.
Kambasa pate pata pa. Why?
Says you followed the rails to where you need to be, but tracks have switches in them too. The question is then, will you keep on the same track or look for a way to hit that switch? You seem like you're on the right track already. He just hopes you don't get sidetracked onto a darker path. Whichever way you go, he wants you to know that the rails never steer you wrong. Stick to them and they always bring you right to where you're meant to be. Wants to know if you've ever regretted taking one track in life instead of another. Thinks everyone has. No one's perfect every time. Feels like the world's on a runaway chug straight over a cliff. Can't thank you enough for hitting the brakes and working to turn the world chug around. Thinks you shouldn't work with the Jagni. They once tried to bolt one of their masks to his face. And it hurt. But he kept the mask, just in case. But let's not get derailed. Says he's surprised to see anyone this far out, but sometimes the wrong train does take you to the right station. As you can see, he didn't plan to make a stop here, but now that he had to, he's really happy to see you. He says his name is Choo Choo. He's been off track since the world started dying, but he's trained his mind to stay positive regardless of the situation. Figures that's true, but they can get you close enough to most things for most reasons. You can stumble along from there. He's convinced the tracks are like the paths our lives take, and you must deal with the outcome, even if you didn't lay them yourself. This time, though, he was sidetracked and needs a new wing nut to get back on track. Wing nuts are easy to find, as they're fitted on any in-front chugger-chugger out there. The challenge is... Says you're just like he used to be, a one-track mind, but going the right way.
That's so bright!
Seriously, you like the shine?
You just don't want anyone to get a good look at you.
Dark is stylish?
Lie to yourself all you like, darling.
Don't trip it, just keep moving. The Wingnut Chug Tunnel. It goes on forever. Nice shot. Even the feel of the air changes as you go underground. That's just nasty. Biohazards make you puke. Not going to happen with your key energy level. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Blackness covers the world like a blanket. Choo Choo says he knew you'd come through. If someone makes a stop at your station, it's for a good reason, but he understands no one gets their tracks greased for free. He'd be happy to part with his spare grease sprinkler, as he believes it's a great fit for any of your business that needs to be unstuck. He keeps it safe in a box on the handcart, in case of emergency. It's on the cart. He wants to keep it close by. In general, you won't have much time to act in case of an emergency. Choo Choo says you should help yourself to the grease sprinkler. It's a versatile tool from the bygone, a last of its kind, so don't let it go to waste. He's convinced you'll put it to good use, as there are lots of stuckies out there that need greasing to open. Says there's no better person to use it. Glad the rails led you right here.
Love to see you shine on.
No one likes Perky. Perky's so uncool.
The night may be cool, but you sure ain't.
I am too cool.
If you have to tell people you're cool, you're not.
Choo Choo says he can't wait to get out of this place. Understands completely. You shouldn't worry about smashing up the box. Choo Choo has no use for it now. Choo Choo says he feels strongly about helping his next, just like you did for him. He's convinced there was a bigger reason you met. Sometimes the wrong train will take you to the right place. He believes you've got what it takes to make a difference. He's witnessed it himself. Figures everyone chooses their own path. The longer you ride the rails, though, the easier it is to travel with friends. Choo Choo's thrilled you found the Ark. Just imagine how much faster than a chug that thing must be. And no rails. Bets it could fly circles around any chug yard. Makes him dizzy to think about it. With the world ending and all the chugs going with it, it's fun to think about what kinds of yards the Ark could take you to instead. Says he's happy to see the Ark in your hands. Knows you'll go great places with it and do some good. Wonders who you might call aboard the Ark with you.
So, what we have here is an opportunity to help your next. There's a seat open on the Ark should you want to offer it as a gesture of appreciation.
Why? You don't need anyone else but yourself and me, of course, but I'm a part of you, so that doesn't count.
If you want to go quickly, go alone. If you want to go further, go together. The only one we'd want to get away quickly from here is darkness.
But you know you can't go on without me. Even if I'm bad company, I complete you.
I think we can finally agree on something. It is better to be alone than in bad company. But best of all is being good company yourself.
After spending a life on the rails, he's eager to ride the skies with you. Just let him pack his rollerboard and he'll roll aboard. Choo Choo says he's ready to pack up and leave. So, says you covered the important things already.
Monoyam batu keponan.
Wiz says that there's no plan to confront the Merkpuff until the octopod is properly armed.
Monoyam pala kumpiav perukan.
He knows you'll need something that packs enough boom to put a dent in that shell, or better yet, head. Pyro sticks will do the trick.
Kepi?
He says his old friend Boom makes all things that go bang.
Darium avar ilato vietu.
There's a rumor that some of Boom's pyro sticks shot off and are out there roaming free.
Niram estamat karado jehetum.
You should keep an eye on the horizon for pyros. If you're fast, you have a shot at catching some.
Kan patutam.
He's a peculiar little fellow that's been fiddling with splodies since he was a kidling. It runs in his blood. Their family recipes pack a punch. Go see what you can see in this fresh day. One at a time. Watch you flex. Sure you want to be out at night? That's a bang plant, where Toxanol used to make all sorts of splody things before it blew up in their faces.
That looks like an unbanged pyro stick on the loose. Better catch it before it goes off. There's no time to look back. Too busy moving on. The pyro sticks will cause a bang, but targeting is on you. At least now you have a chance to hurt the Merc Puff where it counts. He hopes so, as there's no Plan B, or more correctly, Plan C. Out of Date has named this Plan B. Plan A was to take on the World Eaters by foot, or flaps in this case. Turns out swimming down there was a bad idea. Wiz has been working on another cannon, but instead of pyro sticks, it squirts guppos, scaly distractions for anyone with an appetite disorder, and irresistible for the Merc Puff in particular. Seems the best way to find guppos is go talk to Gil. He has a natural sonar and knows where the guppos sub the surf. This means you'll have to go visit Gil at Burblebottom. Find Gil and he'll... Guppos are lively beings, and they're fast too. They're here, there and everywhere. Or at least they used to be. Hard to see too far in the darkness. This is Burblebottom, residence of... Happy to finally get to meet you. He's seen a lot of things wash up on his miniature shore, but nothing as exciting as you.
Wesh, guaneme fei.
Figures it's impossible. As bad as the air might be, the goo is even worse.
Fest and trick, guaneme fei.
It must have been upstream only to get to this point in your histo-future. But which way are you going now? With the flow or against?
I don't know, wife and
It's crazy hard to flipper against the surf, but you can't save the world if you let it sweep you away.
Yes, sir.
Either way, it's a shame the surf has gotten so nasty.
Fest and trick. Toodly way our furrow.
Thinks life is like trying to ride a wave. You need to pick the right one, but you don't really know. Seems to him that there's always another wave coming along.
Bidnuff tournament, key.
Figures he's ridden his last wave, though, what with the world coming to an end.
If it may.
Can't thank you enough for fighting against the goo.
Bidnuff tournament, key.
Can't stomach how you hang with the Jagni. They keep so much stuff for themselves that
Technocratish must face with which
more than they could ever use until the end of the world, whether you save it or not.
must face with which can religant have so soon.
But none of that's nearly as important as enjoying the day, right? He never drank from this pond because of the disgusting things done there. Even the fish stopped drinking here after the pollution made the surf mucked and the air blocked his gills. He figures the Tree of Life isn't drinking either. Or, well, that's not true. He said it does drink, as it has no other choice. It's a tree, but it's forced to drink poison. Figures you're right, but that doesn't mean he has to drink that. His friend Wiz needs guppos for one reason or another, and Gil is ready to point you in the right direction. But here, you're only going to find dead ones. He's pretty sure Wiz wants them alive. Well, at least the ones that aren't already rotting. If you head in the right direction, you'll find a clean enough bit of surf to snag yourself some guppos. Then you can get them. Figures he's always been a friend to Wiz, and now he can be one to you, too. As long as karma exists, the world changes, and we change with it. Keep your eyes peeled for movement. This is Guppy Grotto. Night is creeping in. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Need the right key? Locked, but good. Gonna need a key of some kind. Feel the night wrap around you. At least you got something for your trouble. Just a few moves left. Make them count.
Just a few moves left. Make them count. Enjoy what's left of the color green while you can. That seems to be enough guppos to provide the octopod with infinite ammunition. He's surprised the Merc-Puff's been able to hold its breath all this time. It's just another proof of the evolutionary change caused by Toxanol's contamination. Being undersurf has meant the Merc-Puff has been left alone to munch on the root down there undisturbed. This means the northwest route has suffered more damage than the others. The marks the corporation left behind on the land are everywhere, but they also abandoned technology of which he's sure you only found a fraction.
Yapu na oko kiza.
That was the last of them. You've sealed the fate of the tribe and the tree. It's time for the end game.
Perfetta.
You have your destiny. Follow it all the way back to Out of Date. He never told anyone about what's next, but he's sure it involves you. Just continue to stay true to yourself and respect others whatever happens. You've become their pride, the guiding light of the tribe. It's time to return to the tree one last time. I don't think you could make a home here. How far underground do you think you are?
Loma utulu ba yowo.
Out of Date says the signs of the end of the world are everywhere. It seems nature is preparing to take revenge.
Satuatan pop kila.
The day of reckoning is coming, and you are invited. He can feel you're approaching the end date.
Kim hobe bekuku hifar muk.
If you haven't decided whom of all like-minded, light-hearted beings you've met have earned a seat on the Ark yet, it's time to do that now.
Honto kontue pon yevun goja.
Then grasp your last chance to make sure Lupa Lupin stopped for good. The tree settled its score, but it left yours half done.
Tulua ba volua. Honto kontue pon yevun goja.
He says you need to see Lupa Lupin eye to eye one last time.
Tulua ba volua.
He's happy to help.
Tulua ba volua.
Has plenty to do, so no worries. Let's hope the beast keeps listening to you.
The Sifu is seeking revenge too. He hasn't forgotten what Lupa Lupin did, but he also wants to stop him from attacking his tribe. Now that the world as we know it seems to end, he wants to make sure the Lupin ends with it. He hopes you agree, even if it goes against your light-hearted nature. There's no room for predators in the world the Jagni tribe is building. But he knows this is your fight. You should handle it. Lupa Lupin's own fear was his shackles, not the roots of the tree. It just changed him. You have a chance to stand back and let the tribe handle it. The Sifu is ready to step into the fray. Are the odds about to change in your favor? If a friend dies, something inside you dies. You can save the Sifu by making yourself alive. You're shockwaves spread when the world crumbles. This is not a prophecy.
Me telling you about the future. It's you shaping it. Here's a vulgar display of power. The more he does, the stronger he becomes. It's time you remember who the real enemy is and stop playing the game his way. This is how it ends. The Predator and the world itself suffering. But at least it's a sign they're both still alive.
So, what we have here is a clear matter of life and death, and only you can make a difference.
That was unexpected, but welcomed. The big bad Predator left for dead. I wouldn't have wanted to miss this for the world.
I think the thing we're really missing here is someone with a heart and soul. The only thing we've got left are those who've lost their minds.
Heart and soul, life and death are one thread. The same line viewed from different sides. It's just that my side is so much better.
Well, anyone in their right mind can see you're lost. But you're right about the thread. Unfortunately, it's been very dark and has run throughout, taken friends, parents, and now yet another life.
We all make choices, but in the end, our choices make us. There's no peace without forgiveness. It's no better time than now to accept a helping hand. Do you wonder what turn life might have taken if you'd done things different? A left when you went right? A yes when you said no? You saw a world drenched in its own cruelty and didn't sway from your path. And so, a great cataclysm draws close. Life doesn't care about heroes and happy endings. Bad things can lead to good. A seed of life, the beginning of something new. You balanced the dark within a world imbalanced in its light nature and made a difference in a place that needed change. You allied with the Jagni tribe and became omnipresent and, most importantly, feared. However, light and dark does simply represent the polarities of life. One can't exist without the other. This is how it begins. The world's headed towards rebirth of a primal paradise as evolution paves way. We're at the mercy of nature. So, trust your conscience to show you the way, and everything else will follow. As foretold, you were destined to split the chains of this world. But you're not alone. Those that shared your perspective and gained your trust will accompany you on your journey. Is there a world out there that's better suited for those imbalanced in their light nature than this one? Whether or not, we'll leave your story on record, so those who come after will know you let the world end to start anew, despite your light nature. So, when all is said and done, it turned out to be an unusual ending after all. What could be better than ending the story the right way? Ending it your way, a beginning of something new. Do you wonder what turn life might have taken if you'd done things different? A left when you went right? A yes when you said no? You've walked the thin line between survival and disaster and haven't lost your balance yet. It's because of you the Tree of Life and the world has been given a second chance. You carried the light in a world full of dark and made a difference in a place that needed change. You allied with the Myriad tribe and acted on understanding of the greater good and a code of honor. However, light and dark does simply represent the polarities of life. One can't exist without the other. This isn't the end. Just being surrounded by nature as it heals itself will rejuvenate us. Nature will teach us how to survive. So, trust your conscience to show you the way, and everything else will follow. But you're not alone. The few that shared your perspective and gained your trust will accompany you on your journey. Is there a world out there that's better suited for those imbalanced in their light nature than this one? Whether or not, we'll leave your story on record, so those who come after will know you followed your light nature and saved the world. So, when all is said and done, it turned out to be an unusual ending after all. What could be better than ending the story the right way? Ending it your way, a beginning of something new.